Hello everyone, oh my god, I am back with another Study Me stream. Whoa, how is everyone doing? Let's see. Putting down the music a little bit for now. There we go. Hello, hello my queen, hello. How you doing? I just realized that I have a seminar tomorrow and I haven't read anything to the seminar, and I probably should be reading something for the seminar. I kind of lost the joy of doing these summer classes because there's most of the people in my class, they don't study and they're just there for an easy A and an easy university course that they can have on their resume that they have gone to. So when we do our seminars, I kind of feel like I'm the only one who knows what I'm talking about and I have to educate everyone all the time. And then when we have like a group discussion in front of the teacher, everyone takes everything I said and they sound very smart, and I feel like they're getting everything for free. Oh, you're working night shifts? That's no fun. I have never been a night shift person. Can't say I enjoy that. This is what I'm going to be reading today. I bet it doesn't make sense to most of you guys because it's a little bit Swedish, but also these letters are for me, so I know which book I'm talking about. But I'm basically going to read Virgilius, Ovidius, or Ovid, as I think it's in English. I'm going to read some poetry about Augustus. And then these are some authors for an article that I'm gonna be reading. I'm also going to read Tactius, the Annals and the Histories. But what bothers me about this is it's basically 3 books. And every book is 200 pages long. So, you know, it's a lot of pages in that one. And the teacher did not specify what chapters we're gonna read for tomorrow. He just said, read what makes you feel like it's relevant to what we're going to talk about. And how the fuck am I supposed to know what's relevant in these? Am I going to like... Because then you have to read everything. You can't just like read a little bit and be like, that doesn't sound relevant. And then you like... scroll a little bit and be like, is this relevant? No. Maybe. No. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with that one. It feels very, very fluffy, that one. And then it's about Augustus by Suetonius. So that is what I'm going to do today. We're also going to do what we always do, 45-minute sessions. And then we have 15-minute breaks when we talk. And we're going to do at least 4 sessions. We might do more sessions depending on what I feel like and what I feel like is necessary for me. Because I think I'm going to be streaming until I feel like I'm done with my studying. But at least 4 sessions I think is needed. Yeah, I think that's good. Should we just get into it and start the first session? Oh, let me pet the kitty first. Meow meow. But good luck everyone who is co-working. Sounds like fun to me. Yeah, I will. It doesn't sound fun to me right now. It feels like walking into a wall. I don't know. I'm not super hyped about this, but I will do my best. Studying is not always fun. But let's get into the first session and have fun, everyone who's going to join in. And we will talk in the breaks. Good luck, everyone. Oh my god. That's the first session. Wait, let me pull down the volume on the music a little bit. But hello everyone. Thank you for resubscribing for 7 months. We also have some people over on Kick, because as you guys know, I do stream both on YouTube and on Kick. So I see some people over there. Hello. I hope you guys, this session went well. Let's see, I'm trying to fix so I can see both chats at the same time. Okay, there. Maybe. No, it's not comfortable. Okay, there. Tea time, yes. I actually have a tea that I'm drinking while I'm reading. It's a peach tea, and it's very peachy. Usually when I buy a peach tea, you know, it smells very peachy, but then when you drink it, it's not very peachy at all. And you get very sad and disappointed. But this one really tastes like peach. It makes me really happy. It's my new favorite. I think it's my summer favorite tea right now. I can't cross anything off my reading list because I have not finished anything on the list yet. I started reading, let's see, let me show you guys. I started reading these ones, and it's Augustus, like Augustus Caesar. It's his diary on how he believed he took power after Caesar's death. And the way he sees it is definitely different than how it actually happened. Because he was like, I freed the people. Yeah, sure. And then I'm now reading the poems by... okay, this is the Swedish and Latin word. His name is Horace in English, I think. Horace. Ovid. And then you have Propertius. I think he's Propetti. I don't know. It really bothers me that the Latin and the English names are not the same, that the English decided to change their names. It really makes no sense to me. But I'm reading their poems that are entwined with Augustus and how they view Augustus as an emperor. Ovid I already knew because I've read all his work before, and he's one of my favorite authors. So I'm gonna reread it because I haven't read his translations in Swedish in a very long time. I usually read them in Latin or in English translations. But this teacher we have now, he has a specific Swedish translation he wants us to read, so I might reread them. I know the context of it, I know what they want to say, and one of the seminar questions is basically, how does Ovid view Augustus, and how, what happened between them and stuff like that. And Ovid was banned from Rome, basically, and he started writing very sad poems about how much he was in misery and he hated his life because he could not live in Rome anymore. Very sad, very, very sad. But Horace and Properties, I have read them, but I haven't read them that much. Horace, I know, is a huge lover of the emperor, and during the emperorship of Augustus, he became one of the biggest poetry writers. I also think that he wrote like a big piece on how much he loved the emperor and emperorships, but I'm not 100%. I don't know everything behind that one. I could be like that. But after I read them, I would probably read some more of Ovid's stuff. But like I said, I technically read Ovid, and Virgil I also technically read. But I might just read them to have read them in this translation. So I feel like the first one that I have on the list is not like I need to have done it to tomorrow. So it's something I can like put off. And these ones are just Swedish literature teachers' observation when they read Ovid, Prometheus, and Horace poems. So it's just like, what did they see and stuff. So the one I'm mostly worried about is this one, because there is a question on this book, or 3 books as it is, and every book is 200 pages, so it's roughly 600 pages, and there is no index, nothing you can like look up in the book, like where can I find this. It's just a book that's written like a diary on certain emperors around the world. And one of the questions is very specific, but the teacher is not telling us on what pages we can find this information. And I'm not gonna sit here and read 600 pages to tomorrow when I don't know where the information can be found. It's really, like, I can read it. Like, it really bothers me because I can read it. But the fact that we're getting that many pages to read in 3 days, and sure, I'm doing it last minute because I have to have done it to tomorrow. So sure, I'm doing it in 1 day. But technically, we're getting 3 days from the teacher being like, here, this is what you have to read on 3 days, and these are the questions that you need to like consider for the seminar. It makes no sense. Like, other normal humans who don't read as fast and as much as I do, how are they supposed to read all this? I feel sorry for everyone else. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you. Yeah, I kind of do. What's bothering me the most is every time we have these seminars, because we have one seminar, or I technically have 2 seminars each week. I have one on Wednesday and one on Thursdays, but the one on Thursdays are on Greek tragedies, and this is more about poetry Roman poetry about the emperors through the time in Italy. But it bothers me that when I'm there, the seminars are not structured good enough. Because first we get like random numbers and are like grouped up in random groups, and then we go in to like discuss what we have answered ourselves, because we get the discussion questions, right? So today I'm writing down my answers on the questions, and then tomorrow we are grouped into groups, and then we're going to discuss what everyone's thoughts on the questions are. And then we like gather the entire class in like a Zoom call, and then everyone get to like present that, oh, our group, we talked about this or something. But people don't really say, my group talked about this. They always word it as, you know, as soon as they get the word, they always word it as, I saw this and I saw this, blah, 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 in this poem. And I think it's because of this and this and this. So every time I'm in a group, I'm always in a group with people who don't know anything. They don't want to be there. They clearly did not read anything for the seminar. And it's just me talking and me telling the group what every poem is about, what the context is, and the answer to every question. And then when we are in like the big group with a teacher, my group always say like, oh yeah, when I read it, I saw it like this. And in the back of my mind, they're just repeating everything I said. Because I know they didn't read it. Because when we were like in a group discussion, they were like, yeah, I didn't read it, so I know nothing. Thank you for explaining everything to me. You're so smart. And I'm like, oh, of course. But then when we like, they take my smartness and they present it to the teacher like it's their smartness, but it's not their smartness. Oh my God. Yeah, those kind of group members. Yeah, and we get these seminars, like I have them like one every week now, and I get like the same kind of people in my groups over and over and over again. And so I kind of lost my enjoyment, because I feel like I'm not learning anything, you know, because I think the point of these seminars are that we are supposed to have discussion and teach each other what we have seen and what we learned, and what kind of like results we got to when we were analyzing the different poems. But nobody has done any research. Nobody have read the poems. No one have done an analyzing thing at all. It's just me having a monologue with myself in the groups. So I just feel like I'm not learning anything. I'm just like, I feel like I can just sit at home and read these books all by myself, you know, because I'm not getting any input on anything. So it's just, that's kind of how I feel about my studying right now. Like, like, and it's just sad because everyone is just like, yeah, I wanted to go a summer course just for fun and something that's easy, and I needed some extra credit for my actual studies, and this looked like to be a very easy course to do. So they're just there to get the extra credits, I'm guessing, and they don't really actually care about the subject. And then you have me, who do care about the subject and I do want to learn, but I'm just not getting anything. Having members that wait everyone, yeah, it really do suck. It's also, sure, I can like write to the teacher and be like, hey, yo, I'm always in groups with people who have nothing to say, and then they steal my things when we're in the big class thing. But it doesn't really matter because we don't really get graded on these seminars at all. The only thing we get is that you have to be there and participate, And participate does not mean that you have to actually engage in the discussion at all. You just have to be in the Zoom call and you get like a check mark on you were there, you know? Because then in the end of this course, we're going to write an essay on 10 pages, and that's what we're going to be graded on in the end of the course. So I feel like it's not, these seminars are just so that we can discuss the literature that we have, so we understand all the poems and all the literature, so we then can write the actual essay later on. So I feel like the seminars are not actually that, there's really no point to them, especially because they don't help me. But I have to be there, I guess, and sit there and look cute on the camera. So that's kind of why I don't really feel like, oh my god, I need to read everything to tomorrow, because I know for a fact it's just going to be like not be talking that much anyway, especially now when I feel like nobody else is actually talking and actually giving a fuck. Then why should I give all my smartness to people, you know? Why should I help them write their essays later on? I mean, it is flattering for sure. Time to sleep. Oh yeah, go to sleep. Have a good sleep. I hope you fall asleep quickly. Oh, the next session has started. Let's put on our thinking caps and continue reading, or whatever you guys are doing. See you guys on the next break. That is second break, isn't it? Yeah, second break. I had to think a little bit. But yeah. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. But I'm not doing this in order, am I? I can't shake anything off because I'm not reading in order. I'm jumping a little bit. It makes sense because I'm reading it in a timeline where it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because I can't check it off the list, I guess. But so far it's actually going pretty good. I have been answering the questions, the seminar questions. It's 5 questions and I answered 1, 2, 3 out of 5, so I have 2 questions left. Technically, one of the questions I do want to write some more on because I think there's more to find. But I don't know yet. Maybe. I need to read one of this Köhler one. There's an article. I think I need to read that one to get more information. So far, so good. It's nice to have a little break. I've done this, streams before, but I usually don't study. I usually only have like one book I have to read for work or one book I have to read for studying. Now I have like multiple things to have to read, like multiple articles and multiple poems from different authors. It feels nice to have a break. Otherwise, it always felt like the breaks, when they came, I was starting to get into the reading flow. So like stopping with what I was doing in that book was kind of frustrating sometimes, I think. Especially if it was just like a book for pleasure and not like studying. It just felt like it was interrupting the flow of my reading. Right now, when I'm reading an article, it's really nice to just like, oh my god, I have a break. Because like some of the people, I think they make the language more complicated than it actually have to be when they're writing these articles. Like, dude, stop using all these fancy words, and just write how it is. Oh yeah, maybe I can check multiple things off. Yeah, that is the good thing. Because technically this one, the Annals and Histories, it says that we have to read things in these. This is the one that has 600 pages. This one, sorry, you could not see this, the Histories. Is 600 pages, and it only says we have one. The planning for tomorrow's it says that we read, and then it's in like paragraph. It says read whatever paragraph you find useful. It's spread through the entire work, different kind of useful paragraphs. So read whatever you find is useful. But then there is not a single question about these books at all. The last question is kinda maybe has to do with that, but kinda also don't have anything to do with it. Because I can answer that question without needing to read this book. And the same goes for this one, the last one. Not a single question is about that one. And that's like 150 pages. It's a chapter about Augustus' life by Suetonius. And Suetonius was basically, you know how we have these like drama magazines or like gossip magazines. Suetonius was like a gossip author back in the day in the Roman times, and he would like write, like he was writing like a journal that anyone could read about different gossips that he heard, and he never like fully went into looking up if it was true or not. If he heard a rumor or a gossip, he just wrote it down in a way that this is true. Like, oh, I heard Ovidius is gay. Okay, Ovidius is gay. And he wrote that, and people were like, oh my god, he's gay. Suetonius is that kind of author. So the teacher wants us to basically read the paragraph about Augustus that Suetonius have written, and it's anything from, oh, I heard he's going bald, to, oh, I heard he's going to start a war here, or I heard that he has a lover downtown. It's basically anything. I must say though, it's the most fun to read from all of the stuff that I'm reading, because gossips is fun. But it technically does not help with the questions that we're going to have on the seminar, because the questions are more in the area of like, read Prometheus in his poems. What kind of message is he trying to convey with his poetry? Can you see a link to the political between him and Augustus during this time? It's questions like that, and you can't really find that in the gossip pages, but it's fun to read. Definitely fun to read. Like last week we read Suetonius' chapter on Julius Caesar, and it was a lot of, hey, I heard that he's going bald these days. Next chapter. Because the chapters are like one paragraph or something, they're really short. Next chapter is like, I heard a rumor that Caesar is gay because he was like having fun with a man on this party. I don't know if it's true, and there's no witnesses to it, but I heard it somewhere. Someone maybe said something about it, perchance. You know? It's really fun. I really like the Augustus the drama queen. Indeed. I really like Augustus though, because like technically Augustus is Caesar's son, because Caesar adopted Augustus before he died, roughly. They're not blood related. Caesar just needed someone he could give Rome to, and then he was like, you look like a good fellow. And then he got murdered, and Augustus was like, I will avenge you, father. Because back in the day, apparently, it was not so, you know, you could have sons that was not blood related to you, and like adopting people were like super common in Roman time, and abandoning your children was also very common in Roman time. So it was very like, I choose my family and I choose my my kids. If I don't want you, I don't want you, and I banish you from my family, and I adopt someone else that seems better. You know. That's what Caesar did. Because everyone thought he was going to give Rome to his and Cleopatra's son, but no. None of that. So so these two, at least, what I was going to say was, these two, I'm not going to like, I don't think I'm going to read them today. Because I don't feel like they're necessary for the seminar tomorrow. And the seminar is not until like 1 p.m. tomorrow. So if I want to, I can read them tomorrow morning just for fun, just to like have them read. Especially the Suetonius one, because it seems a lot more fun than whatever this is. I've been scrolling through them, and I'm not amused with the whatever is inside it. I also think it's because like my dyslexia is very bad recently. Most likely because of my stress right now from work. I haven't like calmed down and realized that I'm on vacation. I kind of feel like I'm skipping work, but I'm not skipping work because I'm on vacation. I'm on a paid vacation, but in my mind I feel like, you know, you should be at work, what are you doing at home, you know? So I'm like stressing myself. There's nothing to stress about, but my mind is trying to find something. So that means that my focus is really bad, and that means also that my dyslexia is more out there than it usually is. And the Annals and the Historia book by Tacitus, it's very, very, like, the text is very small. And there's like no breathing air between the sentences, and everything is just a big mush of text. It doesn't make me want to read it, you know? I'm just like flipping through the pages and I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, I want to read it because it seems interesting, but I don't want to read it because it seems like a lot of energy is going to go down consuming this book, or these books, because it's in 3 parts. Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know about I don't know if I can convince my body. I think it's just like I need to give it time to then like get into that mode. I talked to Gina about it and she said it took her like more than a week to feel like she was on vacation. So maybe it's the same for me. I just have to give it time. But right now I'm just on my 2nd day. So it kind of feels like, you know, I'm home as if I'm sick, but I haven't like called in sick. So I'm just like skipping work and nobody knows where I am. You know, I'm being a little rebel, just staying home and not telling anyone. Which is not true though, because I have filed for vacation. So I mean, people know I'm on vacation. So it makes no sense. But I don't know. It's crazy how your mind works sometimes. Oh, I see the sun is also down. Does that mean... Oh, would you look at that? I leveled up. Adam, look at me go. Lightning. It's night time. Should we also... Let's take away the clicking. Let's go to window and read, because that is what I'm doing. Sometimes it helps if you're like different places in your home. Yeah. It is such a good vibe. If I ever get like because I do want a house. When I get a house, I really want to have a house where I have a big window like this that you can like make into like a little sofa, like a reading nook, you know? It's like one of my biggest dreams to have. It seems so comfortable and nice. At the same time, I'm not really a reader that likes to sit up when I read, and I don't know. I need space. I want to lay down. I'm like a laying down kind of person. But it's especially nice if it's raining outside, if you sit next to a window and you read. I liked the idea of reading next to like a fireplace. My parents have a really, really aesthetically pleasing and super fancy fireplace, but it gets way too hot there, you know? Like, it's not that comfortable as you think it's going to be, because you get hot and then you start sweating, and then it's not comfortable anymore. I don't need a large house, but a small library reading room would be great. Exactly. I want my own library. That's all I need. Oh, and a big garden, because I want to have pet pigs. Yeah, I want pigs when I get a house, and a bathtub, because in Sweden it's super rare to have bathtubs. You only have showers, and I really, really want a bathtub. I'm a bathtub girly. When I have the money, it looks like I'm even if I ever have money. Yeah, exactly. I mean, where I live, where me and Gina lives, houses are actually pretty. They're not expensive because we live in the middle of nowhere. So houses here go pretty cheap. So I mean, it would maybe be great. Anyway, I see the session started. We're just talking way too much. Let's get into it. Ah, small peepee, I see. third break. Wait, the music a little bit down. There we go. Oh my god, my body is in pain as well because I went to the gym for the first time in ages. Like, we're talking months of not going to the gym. And I went to the gym yesterday and I didn't go crazy or anything. I didn't do that much. I did just a tiny bit, tiny bit, because I'm still sick. I still have like, I can still feel like my nostrils are still clogged and I still feel like ugh in my throat. So I just did a little bit, but I still have so much pain in my body today. I guess this just means that I'm not very fully trained yet. Did you say that, fully trained? No. My stamina is also very, very bad. Doing stretches, yes, stretches. I'm also done with everything that I was going to do. Like I said, I wanted to do that one and that one and that one. And the last two, they are basically whatever. Because this one was also on the list last week. And I did half of the reading and it's just gossip tabloid about Augustus, which is interesting, don't get me wrong, but it's not necessarily need to be read to tomorrow. And that one, I'm so confused because I realized it's Tactius that is written it is an historian, and he's written it in like historical events, and you can see the year like in a column of the book. So I was like, oh, okay, then I can use it at that as an index because I know where Augustus were, when he was working as an emperor, and I know when like the poems and they were written and everything, so I can like use that as an index to see what it is I have to have read. But everything takes place like 100 years after Augustus. So now I'm just more confused why this is necessarily need to be read for Augustus when it's not about Augustus or even that time period. So I'm just very confused right now. Oh, hello Death, how are you doing? Summertime. Yours been good? Mine be very good too. Today I went to my parents yesterday, and after I did my workout, I went to my parents and we had a barbecue, which was really nice. And then I stayed over the night because I had some drinks and I didn't want to. I couldn't drive home after drinking, clearly. So I stayed the night. And then me and my mom went to my grandparents today and visited them. They kind of live far away, like 2.5 hours away from where we live. So that was nice. I could, but I shouldn't. Exactly. I could. And to be fair, I don't even think I could because for the past month, I haven't been sleeping well. Like my sleeping schedule been like really, really bad. I went to sleep maybe like 4 in the morning, and then my clock goes off at like 5, and I got like 1 hour sleep, and then I couldn't like sleep again after waking up. So then I would just like have coffee or like an energy drink, and I just stayed up, and then I got like energy in the evening again, and then I couldn't sleep until like 4 in the morning again, and I did that for like a month. So yesterday I kind of crashed because my body was just like, okay, you don't have to work anymore and you're gonna stay home, so now you're gonna be like extra tired. And I had 1 beer and I just passed out at like 9 o'clock or something. And then I slept for 12 hours. So I don't know. I don't think I could have actually driven home. I was very much passed out. You know, I was like ridiculously tired, like really, really tired. Oh no, you have to drive them at like 3 a.m. to the airport? Oh no. Well, that's no bueno. Which also is like my sleeping schedule. See? It's like, you know, sometimes only like tiny things just wrecks it completely. It's crazy how that works. But yeah. Crazy. Oof. I'm trying to get my routines back now, you know, because I have my summer vacation. I feel like I have the time to like look for, you know, routines. Start eating in the morning, you know, breakfast. Breakfast is not my thing. I'm not a breakfast person. I just don't like eating when I wake up. I usually need like 1 or 2 hours for my like stomach to wake up, because it's very slow sleeper apparently. Which doesn't really work when you're going to like work, because like you don't have 2 hours in the morning to be like wakey stomach so you can eat. It doesn't really work like that. And I also want to start working out at least 3 times a week, I think. I want to go swimming once a week, because I really miss being in the pool and I really miss doing laps. So I will try to go once a week swimming, and then maybe go to the gym twice a week. We will see. I was going to go today as well, but considering I'm in like legit pain today after yesterday, I couldn't really go. But I think I want to go tomorrow morning to the gym again before my seminar. It could be pretty nice, maybe. Hopefully I'm not in too much pain and I will be fine. Yeah, I usually also have a very fast breakfast. I know a lot of people, my parents, for example, they go up like super early in the morning and they make like this like hotel buffet kind of breakfast every morning. I didn't be doing it for like ever since ever since I was a child, you know, and it was like, it's super luxurious when you lived there when you were a kid and you were a teenager. You didn't know how good you had it, you know, you could like, your mom made you like everything for the breakfast and you could just pick whatever you wanted. Now I'm just like, oh, I don't know what I want. I don't know if I feel like anything. Okay, I would just take like a granola bar or something. That's me. Still trying to fit it into my schedule somehow. Yeah, I'm trying to do that too. I think it's easy for me. It's like I have the time, but I usually don't have the energy because of work and everything. So I think it's like, if I start implementing it into my life and making it into a routine this summer, it will not be as hard to continue doing it when I start working again. I think it's going to be like more of a given that, like, you know, you do it kind of thing. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. But we will see. Because me and my mom, we didn't go swimming and doing laps per se. We went doing water aerobics on Mondays and Wednesdays, and that was really fun. You had like, you know, a wetsuit, so you're like floating in the water, and then you like kind of dance but in the water, and you just feel the rhythm, and you do whatever the person on land is doing, but you're doing it in the water to get like the water resistance, and it's so much fun. But I also kind of miss just going back and forward, and I know that sounds like super boring, but it's just so calming to me to just do laps after laps after laps, and just being underwater, and all the stress just like washes away, and it's quiet under the water, and there's like no shouting nor kids, nothing. It's just calmness, me in the water, you know. It's very nice. So technically, even if I have like a very hard day at work and I'm like stressed out or I'm tired, I should really go and do the swimming, because I know for a fact that if I just go to the pool and I do the swimming, I would probably feel a lot better afterwards. But it's always like, you know, when you get home and you're tired and you sit down, and then after you have like sat down, you can't really get up again, because then you're stuck. And it's like, you can't get home and sit down in like the sofa, and you can't sit down by your computer, and you can't sit down or lay down in your bed or in like my reading nook, because if I just sit down after I get home from work, I'm stuck there the rest of the evening. I heard though that there is this like, what do you call them, like earbuds or like headphones that are like underwater headphones, that's like connected to like an MP3 player, or you can connect it to your phone or whatever, and you can listen to music, or you can listen to a podcast while you're swimming. And I always wanted one, but it's like super expensive, clearly, because it's underwater use. But it looks so cool to be able to have that in, and then you can like listen to a podcast and just swim, you know? I feel like I could be able to swim forever and ever and ever if I just had something to listen to. Because one of the reasons I sometimes get up from the pool is because like, okay, I'm done. I have nothing else to like grind over or think about, and now it's just numb, and let's just go sit in the sauna for a bit and then go home. You know? But I feel like, you know, I could swim for a lot longer if I had something to listen to. Sounds pretty dope. Yeah. I'm gonna look into it again. It was a while ago since I saw them. Maybe they are cheaper now, because I think last time I looked into it, it was like 4 years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, and I think they were like $150 for a pair, and I was like, oof, that's a lot, you know. And I was like, I don't know if I wanted that much, because I technically don't actually go that often yet, you know. So I was like, I will wait until I get the routine of going consistently, then maybe it will be worth it. But it might be cheaper now, I don't know. I also want like a workout watch that is like swimming intended, because then you can like see how many laps and how many meters you've been swimming, but like on your clock, and it also checks your pulse and everything. But those are also expensive because they are specific for water training and water workouts. But I don't know. One day I will look into it. 120 euro, yeah. So they're basically the same then. And back to work. Oh, the session started. Yeah. Let's get back to work. Good luck, everyone. I will see you guys in the next break. And we're on the next break. Let's go. And not only on a break, but we're actually done with all the sessions today. Let's go. We did so well. Oh my god. I mean, I did well at least. I don't know how well you guys did, but I finished all the questions for the seminar, and I did some happy reading on Stephen King. So I finished 2 more short stories of his, which is weird because, you know, I'm reading the new short story collection of Stephen King, You Like It Darker. And the only reason he said he wrote this was because when he published Holly, his newest, like, big book, people were like, oh, it's not that spooky, it's not that scary. And he was like, oh, you like it darker, don't you? Let me give you some short stories that, like, super gruesome and super dark. And they are thrillers, and I mean, sure, a thriller can be spooky in a sense, but when he said he was going to give us something really dark and gruesome, horror-related book, short stories, that was what I envisioned for it, like legit spooky, gruesome horror stories. This is more detective stories. And sure, they're like, oh no, he got kidnapped by a mafia and they're waterboarding him. But he got away. Woo! End of the story. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's dark, I guess, or something. I don't know. Maybe I've been reading too much extreme horror with, like, that are actually fucked up, and it had just changed my mind. So when I read Stephen King now, it's all very tame, and I don't know, it's not scratching my dark side of my brain. Yay for productivity, right? Hey, you've been productive as well. Let's go. I have another seminar on Thursday, so I have a lot more reading that I have to do for Thursday. So we will actually do another productive stream tomorrow. Then I can tell you guys how my preparation for my seminar that I'm having tomorrow went. I can tell you if I was productive and I did the right things, or if I just completely butchered everything. We will see. I just feel like, you know, this morning I was in, like, I had a workout pain this morning from yesterday, but it wasn't that bad. Right now though, I feel like it's really bad. I tried to, like, I went to the bathroom because I needed to pee on this session. So I went to the bathroom and I could, like, barely stand, right? I could not rise from I could not rise from my chair, and I was like, oh shit. I'm in like a lot of pain right now. I don't understand. How am I in more pain now than I was this morning? I should have been in equal amount of pain all day, I think. Nobody is desensitized from horror? I think so. I mean, it's the same when I'm watching horror movies. I laugh and I find things funny. I don't see the horror anymore, and I don't get spooked or scared anymore. But, you know, I still want that vibe, if you know what I mean. Like, I know for a fact that I can't get scared anymore and I can't get spooked, you know. But I still want that, like, atmospheric vibe of a horror story. And I know Stephen King has been drawn more to thriller and detective stories. And you can see it on his Twitter that that's basically all he's reading himself and what he enjoys. And he did have an era in his life when he tried to do detective stories, and then he realized he didn't know how to finish a detective story without making it supernatural. So like the last chapter of his book, he was like, oh, but it was a ghost all along, and that's why I can't explain all of the things that happened, because it didn't it wasn't natural. You know. So he kind of failed in that sense. But I feel like most of his horror stories now are just not horror. I don't know. Is it bad that I'm like, I like Stephen King, but I like Stephen King from the 80s? The new Stephen King, I don't really like him. Ew. I don't know. Cannot rise from chair due to pain. Well, I guess this is my life now. Exactly. I'm gonna live in this chair now. Yeah. I the thing is that it doesn't really help to take a break from horror. I can say that I have not read a horror book since the last time I read a Stephen King book, and that's like a year ago. So I don't really consume that much horror anymore. So I don't know. I think I just started in a very early age. Like I first started reading Stephen King when I was like 12, 11. And I know I was way too young, but that was like the books my dad had in his bookcase, and they looked intriguing, so I picked them up, you know? So I've been reading horror ever since then. So I think I fucked up my brain a long time ago. It's too late for me. I don't know, I just find his books boring now. And there's also like these stories, I feel like I've read them or I've seen them somewhere else, and I know there's like hard to find like an original idea that's super original. But I also feel like, why is he publishing things that's just meh? You know. Like one of the stories, it was about this man who was sitting on a park bench, and a stranger came along, and he was like, I need to do a confession, and I'm going to AA meetings, but I need to do like a confession because like I need to take the weight off my shoulders. And this pedestrian was like, okay, will it take long? And he was like, no, please let me tell you my story. And he was like, okay, fine, if it knows going to be long, because I need to go to work. And then he sits down on the bench, and this man just go on and on about his life, and he starts with like his childhood and everything. And the pedestrian is just like, are you done soon? I really need to go. And then the man, he comes to the point, right? And the point is, from like his childhood, he was like fighting kids, and he doesn't know why he was fighting kids. And then he was like, then I started fighting with my wife, and I don't know why I was fighting with my wife and stuff, and I was hitting her and stuff. And he was like, but I think it was the drinking, so I started going to AA meeting, but I can't get past the fifth stage, which is to like confess and be honest and like move on and everything. And the only reason why he couldn't do that is because he can't confess the fact that the reason he was hitting everyone in his life is because he loved to hit people, especially women and kids. And then he stabs the pedestrian and leaves. And I swear to God, I have seen or read this story before about like, a murderer just confessing their murder to someone on a bench and then stabbing him and then leaving him. 100% I've read that story somewhere. So it's just like, it's nothing new. I don't know. The only one I have read is On Writing. I actually haven't read that. I've read all of his fictional work, but I haven't read his On Writing work at all. But I heard good things about it though. I also heard a lot of authors, they don't like the way he approaches writing, that apparently his writing process is very different because he sees it as like a day job. So he writes for 8 hours a day, and he has a set amount of words that he have to write every day, and he can't stop writing until he hits that mark. And a lot of authors don't like that because that takes the creativity away from your writing. But I don't know. I also seen a lot of people who like made videos like, I'm gonna write like Stephen King today, and they try out his routine and they fail because they don't understand how he manages to write that much in a day. That is also crazy though. Why like he publishes like 2 or 3 books a year. And to me, like his newest books have been really hit and miss with me. Like the fairy tale one that was supposed to be a fantasy one, I hated that book. I really didn't like it. Billy Summers I did like, which is funny because that's one of his thriller ones. But I thought it was unique. I haven't read anything like that before. I thought it was pretty good. Holly I haven't read yet. Mainly because I don't own the book. Which is weird because I always buy all his newest book. But that is one of the books that I never bought for myself. But I feel like one day I need to buy it and read it. People say it's a really good one. It's just that it's about Holly, and she is like a side character in one of his trilogy books. And I never liked her as a side character. And considering she's going to be the main character of this book, I'm a little bit on the fence to reading it because I know that I don't like the woman, you know, but maybe she's going to be different and I will have a bigger understanding of her now that she's the main character, and I can see more into her mind instead of seeing her through another main character's point of view, if that makes sense. So maybe it will be better, I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that's with everything though, like when it comes to work, that everyone likes to approach things in a different way. So I think it makes sense that also that not everyone's writing works for everyone. I mean, some people, it's like the same with some people being night owls and some people being more like productive in the mornings. I would never be a morning person and I would never be productive in the mornings. I'm definitely more afternoon, evening, night person when it comes to productivity. That's when I get my shit done. Yeah. Crazy how that works though. Like how some people think that they have the right to tell people how to do something. If it works for you, it works for you, and that's fine. I think it's the same with reading. It really irks me when people tell other people like, this is how you should read. Like, audiobooks is not actually reading. Of course it is. But some people have gotten the idea that if you listen to a book, you're not the same, like a real reader. And it really irks me. What is a real reader? You can't read paperbacks, because if you read and buy paperbacks, you're not a real reader. You need to buy hardcovers. You can't read manga and comics. That does not make you a real reader. You need to only read classics or stuff like that. And then you have the idea of what is good literature and what's bad literature. And there's a lot of people who's like, you have to read these books that everyone is recommending to you on both like YouTube and TikTok when it comes to like the book swear of Booktube and BookTok and everything. You have to read them if you want to be in the inner circle of a real reader. If you don't read them, you're an outsider. You may not be part of the reading community. And it makes me sad. It makes me really sad to see. Especially when young ones see these videos and they feel like, oh, okay, I'm not a real reader because I don't read those kind of books, or I don't like those books, or I don't have money to buy books, so I have to borrow books at the library, and that makes me not a reader. Not a real reader, because you have to buy all your books, you know. But yeah, some people are just super entitled and it just bothers me. It's you would think that a community that's based around knowledge and literature and books would be more understanding, but sadly that's not really the case many times. I will look for another community. Yeah, the thing is though, what I have noticed is they don't flat out say like, oh, you can't read this, you know. So that it's not like, you know, you can't really see it like that. It's just more undertones, read between the lines, you know. They only read a specific kind of genre in books themselves, and they just promote certain things. They're not open in trying new genres or new things, and it's just like there's so much drama, which is like why I'm so scared of being part of like the BookTok community. I tried going to like BookTok and BookTube videos and other communities, and I was like, I want to talk books with people. But I kind of soon realized I was not welcomed. Like, nobody ever said I wasn't welcomed, but the undertone is very like, you may not be here kind of feeling, you know? And it just, I can't, you know, I just, fuck it, I will do my thing then. Interacting like this in chat was a big thing for me last year. Yeah, I'm the same though. I'm very much a lurker, I feel like, because I feel, I don't know, I just don't like speaking in chat, and I can't say I leave that many comments either on the videos. Maybe I should like throw myself out there more, but I don't know. I'm so introverted, what can I say? We will make our own reading community with blackjack and wonderful people. Yes. It was so sad though. I had one girl. She was in sixth grade, and she loves reading like a lot. She's a huge reader. She was looking at Booktube because she wanted to get like inspired on what kind of books are, new and stuff, and she wanted to like look at that. But she did, and she came back to me and she was like, oh my god, I need to read these books because if I don't read them, I don't understand what people are talking about. And I was like, oh, what kind of books is it you want to read? And the books that she was recommended was like semi-erotica. Which is weird to me because the book is basically about 18-year-olds losing their virginity and trying to lose their virginity, like actively trying, and then having miscarriages and stuff. And this is a book a booktuber was recommending a middle grader, and I don't understand. Like, it made no sense to me, and she was like really sad, and I was like, I told her that we're a school library for middle school and we don't carry that book here. And the next week she came back and she was really happy because her mom went to like the big public library and they like ordered it or put themselves in queue for it there. But it also kind of makes me a little bit worried that both the public librarian did actually did a reservation for that book for a middle grader, and maybe she didn't know because the mom went there and did it for her. But then it also like worries me that the mom does not know what the child is reading. Which I guess makes sense because like the title and the cover of the book is extremely innocent and it does look like a middle grade book, but it definitely isn't. I've read it. It's very, very graphic. So I was very, very worried for multiple reasons. But I mean, in that case, I can't really do anything, but it baffles me because I'm like, I don't know what Booktuber did and didn't. All I know is like she saw a video about a Booktuber who did recommendations for the reading age, which is middle graders usually. And this was one of the books on the list, and it was like on the top of the list. And it worries me. I wonder if the YouTuber herself or himself, I don't know what gender it was, have read that book at all. Or if they just looked at the cover and was like, oh, it's kind of have the same graphic as middle grader book, so it has to be a middle grade book. So I put it there and a lot of people buy it, so it must be good. Maybe. I don't know. But it's also baffling to me that you would recommend something you haven't read yourself then. That doesn't really make sense to me. But someone influenced other people to consider you might listen. Yeah. But I also feel like, because I feel like that a lot when it comes to the book YouTube community is a lot of, you have to buy a lot of books and you have to do a lot of book hauls to show off how many books you've been buying. So I feel like it's a lot of like consumerism in every community when it comes to booktubes. And when they later on going to be like, oh, I read these books, they're going to like go through the books that they read that month. It's usually, oh, I read 50 books this month, and they're going to talk about them, and they just hold up a book and say, this was cute, this was fun, This was intriguing, which sure, I understand you don't want the length of the video to be really, really long. But to me, it kind of comes off as, look at all these books that I did buy and look how much books I can read. But I'm not going to go into depth on what they are about. And in my mind, it just screams, you didn't read them, did you? You're just telling me a rough like, oh, it was fine, or it was good. I liked it. Look at the cute cover on this one. Super cute. Next one. You know, it's very, very basic, I guess. I don't know. It could just also be the style. Feed my ego. Look how much better I am. Yeah. Which is just sad, because I see a lot of new people who start booktube and they say that, oh, I will not be like that. But sadly, that is the kind of video people consume, because people are very fascinated with like how much a person can read. So if they see like a title that is like, I read 70 books this month, look what books I read, people will click on that one and it gets like super, like a lot of likes and views. And that's what a person wants. They want clicks. So in the end, a lot of people kind of fall into the category. I know I felt a lot of, I mean, I read a lot of books. I can read 400 books a year. And I sometimes feel like I don't buy enough books, because I do want to do like a book haul, but I'm very stingy with the books I buy. And when I actually do buy a book, I never have like a big haul. Like I have legit seen people be like, oh my god, I went to Barnes & Noble for my birthday and I got myself some gifts for my birthday and I got myself 150 books. Woo! I'm gonna go through all the 150 books I bought for myself on Barnes & Noble today. And I have never bought 150 books in one sitting. I mean, I have for work when I buy books for the library, but never have I sat there and bought 150 books for myself. It never happens. I mean, sometimes I get home with 5 books, but that's my limit, you know? Yeah, but there's a lot of algorithm and stuff. But I also feel like it makes one feel like this is what you have to do to make it. Which is sad. Is a lot of consumerism and stuff. You know what I would think would be cool? Is instead of doing like a book haul about how many books you buy, I would rather see like, this is my library haul. I went to the library this week and this is the books I picked up from the library this week. That would, like, you know, promote both libraries, that's free, but it would also, like, you know, promote the fact that you don't have to buy everything, you can borrow it and stuff. I think that would be a much healthier way. I can't be behind buying 150 books. Yeah. I don't even know what they get the money from, but I heard like the bigger book YouTubers, they get paid. Like they have, they write off like taxes and stuff on their YouTube, so they can like write off when they buy books. They can write that off as like company something. So they basically, all the books they buy, they get for free because it goes under some tax thing. with the company. I don't know. I heard rumors about this. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Libraries are neat. They are. They're super neat. That's why I work there. Super cool. Oh yeah, speaking of, that has nothing to do with libraries, but I remembered I have 10 memberships that I can gift to random people. I get them once a month, like 10 memberships. I think everyone does who has like a YouTube channel. I don't know. But I was going to gift them last stream, but I forgot about it. But this time I'm not gonna forget about it. So we're gonna gift 10 things to 10 people. Hopefully some people get them that like them. Oh, Gina got one. Let's go. Oh my god, so many. En, två, tre, fyra, fem, sex, sju. Oh no. You never got one, Tech. So sad. The biggest chatter. Hey, did you get one? You should not have one, Johan. I will take it back. I will take it back and give it to Tech instead. Non-deserving. I do like the membership thing though. Oh no. Thank you for subscribing or doing membership. Look, you have a little teacup. It's so cute. It's so kawaii. I think that when it comes to, is it 7 months or something? There is a gold teacup. So it evolves. This is pretty cool. Oh, I was going to go to bed, but at the same time, I don't know if I have the strength to leave this chair, to be honest. I'm very, very stuck here. A gold teacup, you say? Yeah. What colors do I have? There's a green one, an orange one, blue, I think, and then the golden one is the last one. Why do I not know my own colors? Yeah, I know nothing about anything, but I can check. Yeah, I don't see them often. We are looking memberships. Here we go. Does it say? No. Why can I not check what memberships stuff I have? Or is it 24 months? No. Maybe it is. I can't find where I change it. I can find memberships, but it only tells me what members I have or how many. I don't know, it doesn't say. Oh yeah, brown. Oh yeah, and red, of course. It makes sense now. It makes sense, yes. I don't know. I just agree. We pretend brown is just faded antique gold. Oh, would you look at that? I didn't even think about that. But I think I do have someone who has the gold one. Do I not? See members. Gina is green. Oh yeah. Dirge Clades. He has 24 months now. And he has a gold cup. And then we have Soyonishi. Has the light blue one. With 7 months. That is... yeah, 24 months is the longest we have, and that's a golden one. Pretty cool. I think they're cute. I like them. Oh my god, I can't stretch because my arms hurt. Ah, the pain. Ooh, no. Pain and suffering. Ooh. Well, I'm gonna go and see if I can brush my teeth with my arms, and we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have another stream because I have a lot more to be reading and studying tomorrow. I think I'm reading Medea tomorrow. I already read Medea once. Something is really sad is Ovid is my favorite author of all time, especially when it comes to classic. And he apparently wrote his own version of Medea. But it was never found, so they could not do a transcript on it. So it was lost in time forever and ever. But you can find in other people's work when they're referencing to Ovid's Medea and how good and amazing it was. But I cannot read it, and it's so sad because Medea is one of my favorite plays of all time, and Ovid is my favorite author of all time. Imagine those two together. Oh my god, I would have freaked out. It would have been so good. But it's fine. Oh, we're only reading Antigone tomorrow. Or Thursday, I mean. That's pretty cool. We could also listen to a radio theater of Antigone. You don't have to read all of it if we don't feel like it. Holy shit, there's 10 seminar questions for Thursday? How the fuck can he have so many? It's fine. I read Antigone before though, so it's fine. I read it. Anyway. Pain is just weakness leaving your body. Oh my god. I wish. One day I will be a strong queen. But thank you everyone for spending time with me and for hanging out. Doing 4 sessions. Good job everyone. We did great. Have a good night everyone, and I will see you tomorrow, same time. Kisses.